Good afternoon, everybody. This afternoon's proceedings will continue with the proceedings being transmitted over the live link after a 15-minute delay. Those with mobile telephones may use them to report what they hear in the hearing room, but only after 15 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're reporting. They may not be used for recording or photography. Mr. Barr.
Thank you, sir. Could we have up, please, 3255? It's a UCPI number. Lord Condon, I'm going to take you to the transcript of your evidence to Mr. Ellison, King's Counsel, about the start of the Stephen Lawrence inquiry.
Right.
It's UCPI 603255. And could we have page 32, please? So this was an interview on the 8th of October 2013. If we could go to line 20. This is about the Stephen Lawrence inquiry and the start of it. You told Mr. Ellison that it was an issue that was going to dominate, something hugely important. It's right, isn't it, that it did go on to dominate your agenda?
Quite properly, yes.
And it was hugely important.
Hugely significant moment in policing then and now.
If we could take that down now, please, and could we have up, please, 749663? I'm going to show you now is the witness statement of Bob Quick to this inquiry, which he made on the 2nd of December 2024. If we could go to page 4, please, and paragraph 17. If we could have one more page, please, for paragraph 17. Now, this is Mr. Quick's evidence to us about the creation of the Stephen Lawrence review team. I'll give you a moment to read that paragraph.
Yes, I've read that, thank you.
Is it right that he was... Well, if we go on to the next paragraph... Do you agree with the evidence set out in those two paragraphs, namely that he attended a meeting...
In the broadest sense, but being forensic in the choice of words, vulnerabilities, I think, would be more appropriately described as issues. Vulnerabilities, looks and sounds defensive. Issues... I think is more accurate.
And if we go up to the paragraph before then, to 17, Mr. Quick says that the discussion at the meeting was focused around the Stephen Lawrence inquiry and its impact on the MPS, and in particular reputation and morale. Is it right that there was discussion about reputation and morale?
Yes, in the context of the Metropolitan Police at the time was dealing with approximately 1 million emergency calls a year and up to 200 murders, many of whom were of black and ethnic minority Londoners needing help. as Commissioner, I had to do two things: maintain morale and keep policing going in London in a professional way, and I had to try and maintain the confidence of black and ethnic minority Londoners against a background of very understandable and justified anger of failures in the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. So yes, not again, not in a defensive mode around the facts or issues, but just the reality of policing London and what that meant.
Whilst we've got this statement up, I'm going to move forward in time. If we could go to page 9 and paragraph 35. This is further down the line in time. I'll give you a moment to read it. When you're ready to see the next part, just say.
Yes, do go over.
So here,
I don't recognise the tenor of that, and sadly, and I have to say it, that because I am under oath and I want to help the inquiry, I fear that is partly over inflating Mr. Quick's sense of importance and what he brought to these issues. There was never any ignorance around many of the issues being discussed in the inquiry. And so I challenge Mr. Quick's, reluctantly, but I challenge his assessment of either our ignorance or shock, or that somehow, at a fairly junior rank at the time, he was bringing some light bulb moment to us.
Essentially, the picture he is painting is that at the start of the inquiry there was a recognition that the investigation into Stephen's murder was flawed, but there wasn't a recognition that it had been tainted by racism, and that there came a moment in time when he had to break the news that the MPS was likely to be criticised for racism as well.
I think you're falling into the trap, Mr. Barr, that many have done. Sir William Macpherson and the inquiry did not find that a single officer in the whole of the process had acted overtly in a racist
Lord
manner.
Condon, we're very familiar with the finding of institutional racism and the absence of specific individual findings.
Yes. So
I'm trying to put a question to you, which is to understand whether the position was that the Met understood that the investigation could be criticised initially, but only later realised that there was likely to be some finding of racism.
I think what he was raising, and it didn't need Bob Quick to raise it, was the inquiry was minded to take the route of institutional racism, which is a very, very powerful catalyst for change and a vital catalyst for change, but brings with it challenges and problems. which, for example, in relation to grooming gangs, that inquiry, I think, will find that fear of being branded institutionally racist can have a chilling and paralysing effect on organisations.
If I can bring you back to the Stephen...
It's just important I finish, Mr. Barr, that organisations can be paralysed into inactivity and negligence as a lesser evil. And so I think what was emerging around about this time, that there was quite properly, the inquiry was exploring what its findings would be, and it was beginning to look as if they were going to go down the route of institutional racism, which was very important. It's not a route that Lord Scarman took. It's not a route that most of continental Europe took then or now. And so we as a senior team were exploring what it meant. I mean, its origins, as you all know, are from Stokely Carmichael in the 1960s Black Power movement in America. And so we were trying to understand what it would mean for policing, for the wider public service, how we should try and analyse our own actions in relation to institutional racism. And so there was no shock. I had spent big chunks of my career, particularly in A7 branch, in countering racism, in training, in promulgating anti-racist policies within the Met. So I think Mr. Quick is misguided that his fairly junior rank at that point, that somehow he was bringing to us some revelations that we were not aware of.
When did you first form the view that Sir William Macpherson was going to find against the Metropolitan Police Service on a racial discrimination issue?
Well, it's not, I'd never sort of find against. I think my fear, and I'm a number of successive commissioners who are as committed as I am to preventing racism in society generally and policing generally, know that the term is a very powerful catalyst for change, but it brings with it challenges. It could deter good people from joining the police service. It legitimizes bad police officers who are racist they can hide behind the cloak of institutional racism in the sense of, what do you expect? I can't help it. I'm in an organisation that's racist.
Lord Condon, I'm not at the moment inviting evidence about the pros and cons of such a finding. And I put the question the way I did because the Met put in closing submissions to part one of that inquiry denying that the Met was institutionally racist. What I'm seeking from you is, can you help us with when it was that you realised it was likely that the Stephen Lawrence inquiry would make a finding that the Metropolitan Police Service was in some way racist?
I think the most seminal moment for me was when I gave, not evidence because I wasn't under oath, but when I went to part two of the inquiry. To my astonishment, I was never called to part one of the inquiry, which I had hoped to be, and that was not within my gift. But I was told the inquiry did not require me to give evidence. And I was then told that I was not required to give evidence for part two either. And I felt it was my public duty to be at the inquiry, to sense the anger, to sense the disquiet, and to set out what I was doing as Commissioner to reform the Met. So I insisted, and that was within my gift, to lead the Met team to part 2 of the inquiry. And when one of the panellists, Dr. Richard Stone, said to me, "You must confess your crimes like Winnie Mandela," and at the time there had been publicity that Winnie Mandela had acknowledged she endorsed the murder of young black dissenters by having car tyres put around their neck and burning them to death, I realised that there was something hugely significant. And so I left my abiding memory of leaving the inquiry on that day. And Sir William came to see me before I left and apologised for the proceedings of the inquiry. I think he realised that this was, as well as being of hugely national importance to the public service, to policing, to the Metropolitan Police in particular, that was when it crystallised in my mind the importance of the issues. But intermediate stages, much earlier on, clearly I was aware that the Met, quite properly, should be challenged around these issues.
At the start of the inquiry, what was your understanding of the cultural challenges that the Metropolitan Police Service faced?
Policing generates unbelievable heroism and professionalism and dedication. It also coarsens and hardens and brutalises police officers, and it can attract inappropriate people who get through the recruitment process and come into policing. So I believed that the cultural challenge, as ever, was to try and ensure that the good and the professional and the heroic massively outweighed the bad and the racist and the misogynist and so on. So there was and is and always will be a cultural challenge to ensure good behaviour in policing. It's the nature of what policing is about and what it does.
Including racism?
Absolutely.
Could we take that down now, please, and have up, it's a UCPI number, 36965. Going to move now to a series of documents which are about contact between you and the then Home Secretary, Jack Straw, during the course of the inquiry. This is a letter from the then Home Secretary to you. It appears to be dated the 6th of May 1998, or to have been received on the 6th of May 1998, and it refers to a meeting on the 23rd of April. Just let you read the text of that.
I've read it and I remember it.
But at this stage, it appears that you were having meetings approximately every month with the Home Secretary. Is that right?
Yes, that was the routine meetings of the Home Secretary discharging his responsibility as police authority.
Mr. Straw was also the person who had set up the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, wasn't he?
It was enormously challenging for Jack Straw because there was, in a sense, a role conflict. He had set up the inquiry and simultaneously he was the legal police authority for the Metropolitan Police and accountable for it. And therefore he was the only lawful venue for me as Commissioner to express concerns around the very early stages of the inquiry, where my legal team and the legal teams for the Police Superintendents Association and the Police Federation were so concerned about their view that salmon principles were not being adhered to, that the Superintendents Association and the Police Federation Legal Counsel were considering withdrawing cooperation from the inquiry. And I was asked if I would join that and allow the Met's legal counsel to also withdraw cooperation. I declined, and they were persuaded also not to do that. But the quid pro quo was that I would seek to raise concerns with the Home Secretary about fairness and due process. So things like 20 police witnesses were examined and cross-examined before any statements from interested parties were made available to our counsel. And this was generating huge concern. My counsel, the police's counsel, raised this with the judge. The judge, in fact, Sir William, stopped the interrogation of a sergeant in the very early days because he said it was a breach of the salmon principles. And after the Easter recess, Sir William made a statement where he said, and I paraphrase, but many of the words are his, fury and aggressive and overlong cross-examination will not help the search for the truth. And the second objective of the inquiry was reconciliation and a better way forward. And Sir William made a plea for police officers not to be pilloried and for there to be some dignity in the proceedings. And that helped enormously. But so the background to this is not... And Jack Straw was in an impossible position, but was I only had two venues to take forward due process concerns, one with the police authority and one with the inquiry itself, and I chose to do both.
Just to clarify a couple of points. First of all, we do have some documents about concerns about the application of the salmon principles, but they come a bit further down the line.
They were within the first few days.
Can you help me? Your meetings with the Police Federation and your agreement with them that you would raise issues with the Home Secretary?
No, it wasn't as formal as that. It was the suggestion that they may withdraw cooperation came up the route through the inquiry team, the staff and the senior officers who you've mentioned earlier on. I specifically said that the Met would not be involved in any suggestion of withdrawal of cooperation, and the Police Federation and the Superintendents Association took that off the agenda. That was not a formal meeting. That was an iterative process in the first few days of the inquiry. I specifically remember that our legal teams were saying that over 20 police witnesses had been examined before any documentation was provided which would enable them or our legal counsel to prepare. And that was a huge due process concern. And so this is a sort of not an arbitrary selection of a document, but one of many exchanges which were not about defending the indefensible or being over concerned with the Met's reputation. It was about continuing to police London effectively and to try and ensure due process and fairness for those who are going to give evidence. One of the fears I articulated was that officers would go into a defensive mode rather than openness and trying to help the inquiry.
Lord Condon, was it your understanding that the Home Secretary had channels of communication open with Sir William?
I would hope so. Yes.
Was that your understanding?
Yes.
This early letter, early May 1998, is about contextual evidence.
Yes.
Why would... I don't want to invite you to repeat what you've said, but if there's anything more by way of explanation of this specific contextual evidential issue, I'd like to know. Why were you raising something that was apt for Sir William to deal with the Home Secretary?
It would have been not me meeting him and saying, I must tell you about this. It would have been, the meetings would have been, and again, very challenging. Sometimes they were in Parliament, in between votes, and so on. It was the Home Secretary discharging his responsibility as police authority, covering a whole range of topics, including the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. And in one of those meetings, I must have raised, not as the sole topic or the most important topic, I must have raised an anxiety about were the Metropolitan... I was told very early on that I was not required at the inquiry, either for Part 1 or Part 2, which I found extraordinary. And so I wanted to make sure that at some stage the inquiry would have the opportunity, hopefully, to visit police stations in or outside of London, to talk to senior officers, again, who were or were not involved in the Lawrence inquiry. And I guess my expectations were more linked to an inquisitorial Lord Scarman type inquiry.
What were you expecting Jack Straw to do with your complaint to him
There was not a
about
complaint.
the handling of contextual evidence? Or your word was anxiety.
Yes.
You raise an anxiety with the Home Secretary about the inquiry's handling of contextual evidence.
In the context,
What were you...
context of trying to cram into sometimes less than an hour in a month all of the major issues that were facing the Metropolitan Police at that time. The Stephen and Lawrence inquiry was the most important of those issues, but there would have been many others.
What were you expecting the Home Secretary to do about that concern?
I was raising with him an awareness of my anxiety. I was not expecting him to do anything.
Well, why, if you weren't expecting him to do anything, why were you telling him?
Because he asked me, he wanted us to be on first name terms, but I always called him Home Secretary because I felt that was necessary. But he would say to me something as general, how's the inquiry going, Paul? What's happening? What's your view? So I did not make... I cannot remember making any specific demand of the Home Secretary. If I did,
I'm not asking if you asked him to do anything. I asked you what you expected him to do.
I was updating him at his request on the early progress and interactions in the inquiry.
Were you expecting him to speak to Sir William?
No.
Were you seeking to shape Mr. Straw's perception of the inquiry?
No, I was seeking to inform him of my assessment of the challenges that were being faced, on the impact it was having on police morale, and more importantly, the impact it was having on police relationships with black and ethnic minority Londoners, tens of thousands of whom were victims of crime and dozens of whom were families of murdered relatives. So it was about due process, it was about sustaining policing, and it was about trying to deliver objective 2 of the inquiry, which in Sir William's words were about reconciliation and a better way forward.
This is long before part 2, and it doesn't say any of those things. It's a specific issue about contextual evidence.
That's Jack Straw's interpretation of our conversation.
Could we take that down now, please, and have 36967, please? This is a briefing for Mr. Boyes Smith, the Director of Police Policy, ahead of a meeting between you and the Home Secretary on the 11th of May, 1998. If we could go to page 3, please. Over the page, please. Thank you. You can see at paragraphs 14 to 15 under the heading item 5, Stephen Lawrence inquiry, a couple of paragraphs. I'll give you a moment to read those.
Yeah, I mean, I read that and I can see why it is of interest to you in the inquiry. You'll see it's within the context of a Deputy Secretary in the Home Office briefing the Commission, the Home Secretary, on a range of items for our meeting, including this. I have never used, to the best of my knowledge, to anyone the expression the inquiry has got an anti-Met bias. Those are not my words that I have used to the Home Secretary. That Stephen Boyes Smith, I knew was a Deputy Secretary rank in the Home Office. His shorthand is for him to explain.
Yeah. Lord Condon, may I ask you some very specific questions about this? Is it right to say that is it fair to say that the recurrence of the subject on the agenda was a reflection of your concern about it?
No, it is a recurrence of the quite proper, hugely significant importance of the Macpherson inquiry, and even then, it was apparent that this was going to be a very important catalyst for change, not only in policing, but for the wider public sector. And it was my duty, and I believe then and now, to try and provide the inquiry and the police authority with my professional judgments around some of these issues. But to the best of my knowledge, I've never said or implied that the inquiry had an anti-Met bias. I think that is wrong. It became increasingly adversarial, say to the point where Sir William, in relation to my own appearance, apologised, not that I felt I needed an apology. And so it was, these were incredibly demanding times. There was an understandable feeding frenzy in the media, which again was the reports I was getting from people running police stations that in any of their community meetings or interactions, there was very understandable concern about what was being said about the Met. And it was in my police career, a uniquely challenging time, but not one that would have led me to say that the inquiry had an anti-Met bias, as nakedly or as pejoratively as that sounds.
This is an official writing a briefing note. But it would appear, wouldn't it, that you have given officials within the Home Office the impression that you thought that the inquiry was demonstrating a bias.
It's for them to, it's for Stephen Boy-Smith to justify his use of those words.
Would you accept that is how you came across to them?
I'm accepting that is what he wrote. And
did you give him cause to come to that conclusion, even if you did not use those precise words?
I hope not, but if I did, I accept responsibility for that, but it was certainly not my aim.
The writer also suggests that these exchanges were becoming counterproductive. Was the view ever aired to you by anyone on the Home Office side, however diplomatically, that these exchanges were counterproductive or ought to stop or be diminished?
No. And to say, I juxtapose it with the position that even the most junior chief constable in the smallest county police force would have, that if it had been Loamshire Police Force that was the subject of an inquiry, then the police authority would have provided not a counter-narrative, but a balancing narrative about workloads, issues, successes, performance, public view, and so on. Jack Straw was in an impossible position that he could not discharge any of those roles in relation to the Met, in relation to the inquiry, because of his role conflict, the duality of having set up the inquiry, but at the same time being the legal police authority for the Met. So it was a frustrating time. But it was hugely important and has been, the outcome has been a dramatically important catalyst for change in the public service.
Could we have up, please, 36966? We're moving now to an internal Home Office document about your meeting with the Home Secretary and others on the 18th of May, and this is a record created on the 22nd of May. If we go to page 3 and paragraph 13, please. again under the heading Stephen Lawrence.
Again, I don't recognise the tenor of that. The underlying information is accurate in that more than 20 police witnesses were cross-examined fairly aggressively before that statement was available or they had the ability to cross-examine. To put it in the starkness of that paragraph, again, is going back to my inadequacy of documentation. It's for others to justify their summarising of it in that way. I would not have described Mr. Mansfield as having been clever about presenting in that way. That is their non-legal interpretation of the events. I say the basic facts are correct, but the way they are presented in that paragraph I don't recognise.
It reads, he said that Mike Mansfield had been extremely clever about presenting Dwayne Brooks'
That
evidence.
is incorrect, and the author of that letter, or the author of that report, can explain why they wrote it in that way. I would have described the legal process, and quite properly, Mr. Mansfield was doing what he had been asked to do, which was to press the case as strongly as possible. But that, to describe it in that pejorative way is not something. Had I said that in that way, I would acknowledge it and seek to justify it. But I have no recollection of using those words.
What was the source of the factual information that you conveyed to the Home Secretary about Mr. Mansfield and Dwayne Brooks on this occasion?
I don't remember conveying anything in that order of agenda item. What I would have conveyed was the due process concern, the Salmon Principles concern that 20 police witnesses had been examined without
Lord Condon,
even the bare
Lord Condon, you've made that point a couple of times now. Can I ask you?
But it's the point. That's what I was emphasising.
Can I ask you to clarify? Are you saying you said nothing at all about Mr. Mansfield and Dwayne Brooks, or are you saying that what you said about Mr. Mansfield and Dwayne Brooks is in its factual elements correct, and it is your precise delivery that you take issue with?
If there is a suggestion there, if you're suggesting that somehow I'm saying that Mr. Brooks or Mr. Mansfield are doing something wrong, I'm not.
What I'm asking you
What I'm doing is my memory of, and again, in a 1 hour meeting, you will see how many important big issues we will have dealt with. And in relation to the few minutes that we spent on the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, I would have summarised, again, the issues that were concerning me at the time. And I still had a residual concern about due process. No, I do not remember seeking to criticise Mr. Mansfield, or certainly Mr. Brooks, in the way that those words suggest.
And I was asking where you got the factual information from. Who briefed you about what Mr. Mansfield was doing in relation to Mr. Brooks's evidence?
No one, nor did I convey that
Well,
to the meeting.
how did you know? How could you have raised it if nobody had told you about it?
What I raised, I'm saying I didn't raise it in that notion of them being clever. What I raised was, and had consistently raised, was the due process concern that had led to legal teams considering protesting and, in their words, withdrawing cooperation until there was a closer adherence to the salmon principles.
Did you say anything to the effect that it had not been possible for your counsel to cross-examine Dwayne Brooks?
I can't remember, but I may, if that was the case, I may well have said that.
I'm going to come to a series of factual propositions. In each case, I want to ask you if you're able to explain. The first is, the reason why Dwayne Brooks's evidence was read is that he was too ill to give evidence. Did you know that?
I'm sure I would have been aware of Mr. Brooks's illness.
Did you communicate that as the reason why Mr. Brooks didn't give evidence to the Home Office?
I would have set in context what my concerns were and why I was raising them.
The second curiosity here is Mr. Mansfield was not representing Mr. Brooks.
Right, yeah. Which probably adds to my saying that I don't recognise the tenor of this paragraph.
He was being represented by Mr. Ian MacDonald at the time, Queen's Counsel.
And I'm sure I would have been aware of that.
It would appear that you've told the Home Office that Mr. Mansfield was.
No, I'm not. You're saying that's what that paragraph says. I can't be responsible for the drafting of a Home Office document based on an hour-long meeting that would have ranged over a huge number of issues.
Was Mr. Mansfield regarded as a particular bogeyman?
No. When I was appointed Commissioner, I chose that my first public appearance was over a weekend at a conference hosted by the Met to discuss racism in the police service. And the two keynote participants were myself and Mr. Mansfield, who very kindly agreed to participate in that conference. And that was deliberately the first major public appearance I made as Commissioner.
Why did you want your counsel to cross-examine Mr. Brooks?
No, it was the other way round. My legal team and the team supporting the inquiry had raised concerns with me that this was a very challenging moment, that many police witnesses had been examined and cross-examined before the legal teams had the ability to either cross-examine or read the statement and help them prepare for what was going to happen at the inquiry.
Well, this reads, Mr. Mansfield had read the statement, so the Met counsel could not cross-examine the witness. Implicit in that is a desire to cross-examine the witness.
Again, you are implying, as you're entitled to, a sort of forensic, laser-like importance of individual words that I have not authored or recognised or seen as being something that, I would have said. I'm giving you the honest and accurate context of what these meetings were about, what the issues I was raising. And again, in the real world, this was probably about an hour-long meeting with hugely important issues. If you went back to the previous page, we were going to the Home Office was going to totally withdraw the police boundaries for the Metropolitan Police. That was hugely significant in terms of funding, police stations, a whole range of issues.
Lord Condon, the note goes on to say he was hoping that the judge would take account of that, meaning the inability to cross-examine. Can you help me?
Those are not my words.
Why did the Met want to cross-examine Mr. Brooks?
Mr. Barr, you can ask me for the next several hours, but we return to the truthful point that I don't recognise me going to that meeting with some significant agenda about Mr. Brooks's evidence. I remember going to a meeting with a complex series of very important issues, and that I cannot remember whether the Stephen Lawrence inquiry occupied 30 seconds or 2 minutes or 5 minutes of that meeting. But certainly it wouldn't have dominated. It probably wasn't the most significant item on the agenda. And I cannot seek to justify why whoever was the author of this note put it in those stark terms.
Mr. Brooks was himself the victim of a racist attack, wasn't he?
Absolutely, yes.
And should not his interests have been as paramount as those of the Lawrences when inquiring into the failure to bring the perpetrators to justice?
Yes.
What was the purpose of raising with the Home Secretary the behaviour of people in the public gallery at the Stephen Lawrence inquiry?
The atmosphere was one of, and it's part of the reason I insisted on appearing before the inquiry, was it was very understandably very angry, quite properly so, but the atmosphere and tenor throughout the inquiry was not one you would normally associate with a public inquiry. And that made it very challenging for quite junior police officers to give their evidence openly and honestly. And so I say one of the officers that stays in my mind was the Good Samaritan police officer off duty, stopped, tried to help Stephen, but was, like many other officers, was accused of a whole range of issues. Participants going in and out of the inquiry, police participants, were spat on, jostled, heckled. Again, I was told that I shouldn't go in through the main entrance. I was told I should wear a protective vest. I declined to do either, and I believed it was my responsibility to also be spat upon and heckled, and placards thrust in my face, and that was part of the cathartic process of allowing the anger to be expressed. But it made it, for more junior officers less resilient than myself, it made it a very challenging, a uniquely challenging environment for a public inquiry.
forgive me, I was asking, why did you communicate that to the Home Secretary?
I think so that he would ask me. I didn't go there with a recurring agenda. This, I say, once a month for maybe an hour or less, we had to cram in every big issue facing the Metropolitan Police at that point. It might include a massive operation that had disrupted a bombing plan for London. It might involve a state visit and the protection of... These agendas, these meetings were, in my view, then and now, a woeful discharge of the responsibility of a police authority, hence why I campaigned for a Mayor of London, a police authority for London, so that these huge issues
could I take you back to the question? Why did you communicate your concerns about the atmosphere within the inquiry to the Home Secretary?
So that he could be aware of my fears that police officers, particularly junior ones, would not do justice to themselves or assist the inquiry in the search for the truth.
A fear that the inquiry would get it wrong?
No, a fear that the inquiry would not have the important, open and truthful evidence from the police participants. I committed myself when I first met Sir William. I promised him full and unconditional cooperation above and beyond any legal requirements. And I tried to discharge that promise to him throughout the inquiry.
So would that be a convenient moment to take a short break?
Certainly. 10 minutes.
Lord Condon, first of all, a question arising from what you said just before the break about the atmosphere at the inquiry for your officers giving evidence. There are a number of people in the room today who spent a great deal of time at that inquiry. They say that other than when the suspects attended at the inquiry, and when Nation of Islam were involved, the atmosphere within the inquiry was peaceful. Do you have any reason to gainsay that?
No, that's broadly accurate. When I talk of the atmosphere at the inquiry, I embrace the outside and the inside, and the arrival and the leaving, as well as the atmosphere inside.
And you mentioned...
And peaceful doesn't necessarily mean there wasn't hostility or challenge. So I don't gainsay your point.
Now, I could take you to quite a number of documents recording or briefing ahead of your meetings with the Home Secretary, but I'm going to try and cut it short with some high-level questions.
I suspect there is a repetitive nature to that document, which, again, is illustrative of shorthand of civil servants in the Home Office briefing the Home Secretary.
Did you communicate to the Home Secretary a growing sense that the MPS was a victim of injustice at the inquiry, fueled by almost daily adverse media coverage?
Repeat the question, please.
Did you communicate to the Home Secretary that there was a growing, and I don't mean verbatim, but in general terms, did you communicate to the Home Secretary a growing sense that the MPS was a victim of injustice and that was being fueled by almost daily adverse media coverage?
Not the victim of injustice. I think I can illustrate my concern, or to answer your point. At the inquest into Stephen's tragic death and at the inquiry, it was alleged that the senior investigating officer screwed up and threw away a list of suspects that he had been given. That list of suspects was available, was not thrown away, and was always available. And that point was made at the inquest and could have been made at the inquiry. And so one of the inevitable things that would happen was that allegations could be made and the allegation would be reported. The rebuttal would not, because there was a time lag often between those two events. And that's not an injustice, that's just a fact of life, of the nature of media reporting. But its consequence was to challenge and damage the relationship between the Met and black and ethnic minority Londoners going forward. So it was not an injustice, it was just a matter of fact reporting of the challenges of ongoing policing every day, every hour of every day, in the context of a media reporting that very understandably would give huge prominence to allegations and very little prominence to rebuttals.
Could we have up 36962, please? This is a document dated the 15th of July, prior to the meeting with the Home Secretary on the 21st of July. Could we go to page 7, please? Sorry, could we have 36961 up, please? Thank you. Page 7 of that. This is a 4th of September document preparatory to a meeting on the 9th of September. Page 7, paragraphs 28 and 29, please.
That's a garbled and jumbled note on a meeting that again had hugely significant issues other than the Lawrence inquiry. I note that one of the earlier subjects was corruption, and I suspect the major part of that inquiry was about the reforms we were bringing in. And also, that jars because by then... Sorry, can you give me the date again?
September, early September 98.
Yeah. By then, I had already created the Race and Violent Crime Unit, commanded by Deputy Assistant John Grieve, and the task, one of his tasks, was to vigorously reinvestigate murders like Ricky Rill and Taki Manson and use the more modern forensic tools available to us. And in fact, we successfully reinvestigated, prosecuted and convicted one of the murderers in one of those cold cases. So I don't recognise the tenor or tone of the note maker there.
Well, on the face of the note, it's painting quite a cynical view on your part of those two cases, isn't it?
No, it's not. No, I had John Grieve, who I think has he given evidence? I will give evidence.
He's going to give evidence. Lord Condon, can I just ask you to differentiate between what I'm putting? This portrays a cynical attitude as opposed to whether you did have a cynical attitude, which
yes,
I will come to.
Yes, not cynical. I think cynical.
Sceptical.
Sceptical is closer. Cynical is certainly unfairly pejorative. The factual analysis is the facts are I persuaded John Grieve, who'd been selected to be the Deputy Chief Constable of the Royal Ulster Constabulary.
We understand
I persuaded him to withdraw from that as one of my best detectives.
Yeah, we understand about the RVCTF.
These inquiries, which he did successfully. Why would I want to make light of cases where I had persuaded one of my best senior officers to withdraw to the route of being the Chief Constable of the Royal Ulster Constabulary? Because John had a passion like me to do justice to the families of these people who had suffered the murder of their children.
Lord Condon, we understand that you set up the Racial and Violent Crime Task Force, and we understand why you did it. And we understand that in the Manson case, ultimately, the perpetrators were brought to justice. But what I'm asking you is, at this stage, not only you can plainly see the Home Office is recording apparently some scepticism, and my question is, at this stage, were you still sceptical about these cases?
No, sceptical is woefully inadequate as a description. I was factually reporting the history and the progress and what was happening.
Could we have 36960 up, please? This is a Home Office briefing dated the 19th of October 1998 for the 21st of October 1998 meeting. Could we have page 5,
I ask,
please?
if I may, are any Home Office authors or the Home Secretary themselves going to be giving evidence to the inquiry?
That's really a matter for your legal team to correspond with us, but the answer is no.
Okay. But the only reason I raise it is that I'm constantly being asked, and you will use the time as you wish, to comment on what I see as note-making within the Home Office rather than real first-hand knowledge of meetings or the participants in those meetings.
Can we look at the bottom of this page, item 1, Michael Menson. Can we go over the page, please? Paragraphs 15 to 18 deals with the Menson case. I'll give you a moment to look at that. Once you've read that, I'd like you to look at paragraph 19, please.
I've only got 18 on
Yeah,
here.
we'll need, if we can move to 19, please. That records you as having serious concerns about the legal advisors in the Menson case. Is it right that you held such concerns?
No, it isn't. And I'm actually astonished at that.
Could we?
I mean, again, I really would encourage the inquiry to take direct evidence rather than extrapolating from notes of meetings, which I'm not responsible for.
Well, I'm doing this to give you an opportunity to respond to them. Could we have up 36959, please? This is the minute or the record of the meeting itself. You'll see from the top paragraph who was the top section who was there. Can we go to page 3 and paragraph 13 and 14, please?
I've read that, thank you.
Yeah. Is that an accurate statement of what you communicated to the Home Secretary on that occasion?
The challenge is, again, that in a few words, they're seeking to summarise a more sophisticated and nuanced discussion of those issues. So I don't recognise the pejorative implications which you are quite properly raising because of the way it is written. All I can do is say, from my honest recollection, that was not the stark message I gave or believe that I was giving at the time. It was far more nuanced than that note suggests.
Did you express a fear that false complaints were being made?
Not to my knowledge, no. But if that is in there, something clearly would have prompted that to be in there. So I'm not discounting that totally, but I'm finding it hard to understand the context that would have led to it being drafted in that way.
As on the face of this document, you appear to be, when the Menson case is raised, talking in terms of false complaints. There appear to have been complaints being made about their legal representatives, and it's all rather negative briefing about the Menson case, isn't it?
The summary which you are showing to me certainly conveys that, which I don't challenge as it's written. What I am seeking to honestly reveal to the committee, to the inquiry, is my mindset at the time, my ambitions, my knowledge of what we were doing in investigating issues. And I find a jarring juxtaposition between my own personal knowledge and a Home Office note. And again, that's why if it is possible that the inquiry, if these are considered absolutely crucial to the inquiry, that first-person evidence is given rather than a note that has been prepared not in the context of an inquiry's need, but is an internal document that was never meant to see the light of day by Home Office authors.
Is it fair to say that you conveyed sentiment to the Home Secretary before he met the Menson family, which would have had the effect of undermining their case in his eyes?
No.
The information, you'd set up a Stephen Lawrence review team. Were they briefing you regularly?
Define regularly.
Could you, you were there, I was not. How often were they briefing you?
On a needs basis. Certainly not daily. Certainly within every week. Primarily on a needs basis. And as I say, I put into that team with a brief to cooperate above and beyond some of my most talented young officers who went on to be accomplished chief constables and beyond.
And were they the source of some of the concerns that we've seen recorded in Home Office documents?
Well, that's a circular argument in the sense of, do I recognise the naked pejorative nature of some of those summaries? They were very accomplished young officers like Matthew Baggett and Sarah Thornton, who went on to be chief constables not long after.
Were they
who would not have been gossiping or seeking to undermine inquiries or to have sought to minimise the horrific deaths of the people we're talking about.
Were they the source of the concerns that we've seen recorded? Now, I don't mean necessarily in precisely the terms, but the subject matter that you were raising with the Home Secretary. Was the Stephen Lawrence review team the source of that information?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Well, when you go to the Home Secretary and you raise issues about procedural fairness, about media coverage, about the atmosphere for your officers, if it hasn't come from the Stephen Lawrence review team...
Much of that did. The two truths are not incompatible. They could have briefed me as they did, via also my head of legal services, who clearly commissioned our counsel to represent us. There was a constant dialogue between my head of legal services, our counsel to the inquiry, and myself.
And amongst other things, were they raising with you the activities of left-wing groups supporting the Lawrence campaign?
Not people like Matthew Baggett or Sarah Thornton, no.
Was anybody?
Not in a confrontational, stark way,
In any way?
isolation.
In any way, in any context?
There must have been discussion of the interplay between events at the inquiry and possible public disorder, and the impact on police relationships with black and ethnic minority Londoners. That was a constant ongoing dialogue. Because, I had to try to ensure that the tens of thousands of black and ethnic minority Londoners who are victims of crime had the confidence to contact the police and ask for help.
And was that sort of information coming to you also from people within the Stephen Lawrence review team?
I think primarily it was coming from the facts of life, of being commissioner, of having meetings with all my senior team at least once a week. They in turn were responsible for the policing of London, for specialist units, for all the policing issues that ultimately I was the head of. And again, it would have been bizarre of issues of concern were not raised across those fora.
Can we have up MPS 30s, it's got a dash, MPS dash 301212, please? This is an SDS intelligence report produced by based on the information provided by the officer we're calling HN806, who had infiltrated the movement for justice. It's entitled The Stephen Lawrence Campaign. The purpose in showing it to you is I'm going to show you a specific passage which I just want you, for present purposes, to note. Could we go to page 3, please? This is dated the 23rd of July, 1998. Can we have a look at the second paragraph on page 3, please?
I've read that, thank you.
Thank you. Can we take that document down now, please? Can we go to 728625? page 12, moving now into August 1998. This is a file note created by Detective Inspector Bob Lambert of the SDS, and it concerns a meeting held at his home at which HN81, codename Windmill Tilter, D.I. Lambert and Acting Detective Inspector Richard Walton were present. I'm going to ask you very specific questions about this. In the third paragraph, first of all, please. My question arising from this paragraph is it right that both the Home Secretary and the Prime Minister were extremely concerned that the Metropolitan Police could end up with its credibility in the eyes of London's black community completely undermined?
No, that's both an exaggeration and, to the best of my knowledge, not correct. I mean, if other sources suggest something which takes it nearer to being accurate, I would be amazed.
Well, I am asking you, Lord Condon, because you are meeting monthly in this period with the Home Secretary. On the basis of the interactions you had with him, how would you describe his level of concern about the Metropolitan Police Service's credibility with London's black community?
I don't think he ever broached with me it in those terms, and I have no reason to believe that either he or the Prime Minister held those views. In fact, subsequent events would confirm from discussions I had with the Home Secretary and exchanges of letters with the Prime Minister, not specifically in relation to this inquiry, the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, but quite the reverse. So no, I don't recognise that. Again, that is fairly low level. And if I revert to the earlier page, I'm disgusted at the unnecessary and demeaning intrusion into discussing Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence's marriage that has no relevance to the Metropolitan Police and is gratuitously offensive. And even though I have not seen this, I apologise for that gross intrusion into their privacy.
Could we have at the top of the next page, please? There's further reference there to the Home Office. On the basis of your understanding of the Home Office's position, having regularly met with them during this period, does this text accurately convey their position?
No.
Did they have any concerns at all about
I'm
public disorder?
sure they will have done, because history shows then and subsequently that London and other major cities can be a tinderbox around racial incidents where understandable and justified community concern can very quickly be converted into serious public disorder. So the Home Secretary of the day, and I remember somewhere in the depth of my memory, right the way going back to the 1960s, and I forget which Home Secretary said it. It may have been Jim Callaghan, that one of the issues which could lead to the resignation of a Home Secretary was serious rioting in London. So historically, Home Secretaries have realised that serious public disorder in our major cities could lead to huge political ramifications. But I have no reason to. Again, these are the pretty junior officers exchanging these thoughts.
What was your level of sensitivity to the potential for public disorder arising from the Lawrence case?
It never tipped over again into the fears I had at the time of the Welling disturbances in late autumn 1993.
Can we have up, please, 723183? Now, this is Mr. Greaves' evidence, written evidence, to the Ellison review. If we could have page 14, please. If we we pick it up. This is Mr. Walton's. Yeah, if we pick it up, so it's Mr. Walton about Mr. Greaves. If we have at page 14, line 33, please. I remember, this is Mr. Walton saying, I remember John Greaves effectively being called, I think on the phone by Paul Condon. He was on the plane to go back to an interview with the RUC, the Deputy Chief Constable, I think, and he got called back. Things are bad. Can you rescue us in terms of reputation? John Greaves started going to the inquiry.
Sorry,
towards the
who is
end.
giving this evidence?
This is...
You said it was Mr. Greaves.
Mr.
Mr. Walton.
Mr. Walton.
Yeah, you said Mr. Greaves.
Yes, I did, and I've corrected that. This is Mr. Walton about Mr. Greaves.
Again,
Is that true?
No, it's a sad parody of the truth, and again, a very junior officer interpreting information which he would not be privy to, and making assumptions. Hopefully, John Greaves himself will be able to reassure you on those sorts of
you
issues.
understand?
But I don't recognise either the tenor or the factual accuracy of that.
You understand, because you're said to be part of the conversation, I'm giving you the opportunity to respond.
Yes, but no, I find that a pathetic parody of the truth.
Yeah. Could we have 748392, please? Could we start with page 2? I think it'll be easiest if we show you the report first. This is a special branch report. It's dated the 10th of September 1998, so that puts it after the end of part 1 of the Stephen Lawrence inquiry and before the start of part 2.
Yes, I appeared, I think, in early October.
Yep. And if we could have expanded the title plus the italic text underneath. It says, this note is produced for the information of the Commissioner, DAC Grieve and Superintendent Thornton. By that stage, DAC Grieve had been tasked by you to set up the Racial and Violent Crime Task Force, hadn't he?
Yes.
And he was in the process of getting it going, wasn't he?
I can't remember the exact chronology.
Superintendent Thornton, am I right that she was in charge of the team that was directly supporting the inquiry from the Met side?
Whether she was the most senior person in the unit, again, I would have to check the chronology, but certainly she was and is a very able person who went on to be a chief constable and then lead the whole of the Association of Chief Police Officers as its chairperson. So she would have been at or near the top of that unit cooperating with the inquiry.
And if we could have now the first paragraph, the introduction. Give you a moment to read that.
I've read that thing, and I have had the opportunity to read this document. It's been shown to me over the last few days.
Thank you. That's helpful. So we can see there's a reflection there's mention of the politically motivated groups monitored by Special Branch, as well as the sense of anger and alienation that the Lawrence issue has aroused within the black community in the context of the mention of a possibility of public order.
Yes.
If we go now to back to page 1 and the minute sheet. This is a minute sheet from a message from Colin Black, the ops commander, recording that the note is marked secret and is for the attention of the named addressees only, and we've seen that's you and DAC Grieve and Superintendent Thornton, and limiting further dissemination. Can you help us with how this report came to be written?
Yes, I've tried to think over the last couple of days. Firstly, I have no recollection of seeing this document, and if I had seen it, I would have marked up the file in my normal way as sort of seen and noted or asked for further information or a discussion. The authors are very junior. I think it's a PC and a sergeant.
Yeah, it's very junior authors.
Which, and then it's clearly done the rounds in Special Branch, and the Colin Black, who I don't remember specifically, but he has selected people who he believes should be the recipients of this report. I certainly didn't commission it, nor, to my knowledge, would there be any reason for anyone within my office to commission it. The only explanation, I believe, is knowing that I was going to be appearing before the committee shortly, the inquiry shortly, whether within my office the staff officer had asked for an update on public order issues arising from the inquiry in preparation for my appearance and to inform my protection assignment. That could have led... The fact that it was prepared by a constable, the most junior rank in the force, suggests to me that either it was self-generated within the branch and Colin Black then felt it should have a wider dissemination, or it was commissioned because the whole tenor and tone is about public order threats. It may have been commissioned by, I doubt it, but it could have been commissioned by my staff officer or the protection team in my office.
Of their own volition, or on the basis of what they knew you might be interested in?
No, simply the pragmatism of how they were going to get me in and out of the inquiry, and other public order issues that might be arising around that time. But
This is not as.
I mean,
But this isn't.
I've no knowledge that if any of the recipients or any of the intended recipients saw it. So hopefully John Grieve will be able to help you as to whether he saw it.
I'm sure he will. Forgive me, though. This is not in the nature of a threat assessment to get you in and out of the inquiry.
No. But what I'm saying is the tone of it is about public disorder. What is the tone throughout is about the likelihood of disorder.
Did you read this document?
No.
Are you sure about that?
I can't be 100% certain, but I'm almost totally confident that I didn't. But if I did, it would have been merely in passing reading about public disorder. I hope that if I'd read it, I would have picked up any gratuitous comments that needn't be in there and were offensive and would have reacted to them. But if as seems to be your style, you're going to surprise me with a file note marked up later that I've seen it, then I would clearly have to acknowledge I did. But I honestly don't believe that I did see this.
Lord Condon, if Special Branch provide a report addressed to you personally...
No, that's incorrect. A constable and a sergeant, which are the most junior ranks in Special Branch, have written this information, which was then forwarded by Colin Black to a list of preferred addressees. None or all may have received it. To my knowledge, I did not. John Grieve will be able to assist you if he did.
Forgive me, Lord Condon. Colin Black has sent this to you and the other addressees.
No, he sent it to the commission. Yes, he sent it to the commissioners. It's not within the gift of officers of that rank to send anything to me. And normally, if I had asked or my office had asked for something remotely like this, it would have been sponsored to me by David Vaness as the Assistant Commissioner Specialist Operations.
Lord Condon, this is a report about an issue which is dominating your agenda. You would have read that, wouldn't you?
No. This is not a report. This, to me, when I was shown this in the last couple of days, that, the junior nature of the authors, for me, is hugely significant. A constable, the most junior rank in the service, doesn't send a document to the commissioner. I don't want that to sound elitist or arrogant. It just doesn't happen. For some reason, two of the most junior people in Special Branch have compiled a report which their supervising officer has sent on its way with the ambition it should be seen by the Commissioner, Superintendent Thornton and John Grieve.
And Chief Superintendent Black's evidence is he was asked for this report from higher up the chain of command.
Well, again, he would have to say by whom. It certainly wasn't me or anyone that I'm aware of.
Assuming this report made it into your office, it would have been read at least by your staff officer, wouldn't it?
If it reached my office, it would have been, the various filters would have included my staff officer.
Were you briefed on it?
I cannot remember being briefed on this because there's nothing in it that is of significance to me at that moment in time.
Do you recall being told anything about it?
No, I'm not sourcing it to this document. My staff would have been, and my senior team would have been constantly briefing me around issues related to the inquiry, my appearance, my preparation for it, the likelihood of disorder in London generally linked to the inquiry. But say the jarring nature of the authorship, there is, and I cannot overemphasize this, there is no, had I or anyone senior in my team have commissioned anything approaching this, and again, I'm not being elitist or pompous, it would not have been produced by a constable and a sergeant. It just doesn't ring true. So either this was self-generated and then sent up, hopefully, a chain, or it was commissioned at a lower level. But again, there is nothing in that report that is, I don't think there is anything in there that needs to be brought to my attention. If it was brought to anything getting remotely close to its content, it would have been my staff officer, or if Sarah Thornton received it, or John Grieve received it, they might have verbally briefed me about elements of the content, but it just doesn't. To me, there is virtually no significance in its content.
So is that an appropriate time to take a short break?
Certainly. 10 minutes.
Could we have back up 348392, please? And if we could have the bottom of the next page, please. We may be able to shortcut this slightly, given that you've read this recently, Lord Condon, but just to get into the content of this report. It starts off with a section on the Lawrence Family Campaign Group, which contains information, first of all, about their spokesman, Mr. Grover, then moves on to provide information about their solicitor, Mr. Khan, and then goes on to provide information about the Lawrences themselves, including the fact that they have split up, and that is not public knowledge. When you're ready to have the page turned, we'll turn it.
Please, yeah, sorry, I should have said I've read that.
You'll see.
I'm reading the highlighted. Do you want me to?
I'm going to. If you need to be reminded of it, you can see as much of it as you like.
No.
I'm asking you about this.
I'm just
first
saying. At the
section.
moment, I will respond to whatever you're highlighting or.
Yeah, I am putting this first section to you about Mr. Grover, the spokesman, Mr. Khan, the solicitor for the Lawrences, and the Lawrences themselves, including the fact that Doreen and Neville Lawrence had split. That was not public knowledge, and their individual positions. That is not public order intelligence, is it?
No, it is beyond that. It's gratuitous, and it's an intrusion into their private lives which cannot be justified. I apologise.
And it's an intrusion into Mr. Grover's political life,
Yes.
Mr. Khan's life.
Yes.
And frankly, it's toxic, isn't it?
It is gratuitous, it's disrespectful, it's unnecessary, and I certainly wouldn't seek to justify it.
It then goes on to deal with the movement for justice in the second section. Oh, but perhaps before I go on, I should point out, I showed you earlier the SDS report about Doreen and Neville Lawrence's split. So this report appears to have been informed by SDS intelligence, doesn't it?
Sorry, repeat that.
I showed you earlier today the intelligence report from HN801, including the intelligence about the Lawrences having split.
You did, yes, you did.
And that seems to be echoed here, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And
So
again, it's equally disrespectful here as it was earlier.
And we move now to section 2 of the report, MFJ, the group that HN81 had in fact infiltrated. It appears, our understanding is this is a very small Trotskyist group which campaigned against racism in Brixton. The high points of its antecedents appear to have been that some members of the group some years earlier had poured paint over the then chairman of the Conservative Party, Brian Mawhinney. Do you see that?
I do.
It deals with Mr. Oluwade's role on June the 29th when the suspects appeared in front of the inquiry, and it deals with Mr. Grover's liaison with MFJ in his capacity as the Lawrence's spokesperson. It goes on to talk about the group's finances, their sponsorship by KISS FM and Choice FM, so far as a particular event was concerned, and it makes various assertions about the group's aims vis-à-vis the Lawrence campaign, but concludes, and I'm looking now at the penultimate paragraph in that section towards the bottom, that MFJ are not likely to seek to start disorder on the march that is being referred to there. And then at the end, it deals with MFJ and Mr. Owolade's direct involvement in the inquiry, participating in the inquiry. That's not an appropriate use of a UCO, is it, to
No, it
generate
isn't.
that
No, it isn't.
intelligence?
This is why I doubt and challenge the origins of this document. To me, from a commissioner's perspective, there is nothing in there, in the whole report, that is particularly revelatory in the context of public order or policing needs. There is gratuitous and offensive and intrusive comment about individuals that adds nothing to the decision-making process at my level. There is nothing in there, from my point of view, that is actionable or indeed necessary for me to know. And that is why I can say with confidence, I believe I didn't see this document, and I know with absolute certainty I didn't commission it, and I can't see why any of my top team would commission it, or what is in there that is actionable in any way. And so, again, I speculate that whether this is self-justification of within special branch of their work, or they want to convey up the chain the wrong assumption that certainly I or John Grieve or even Sarah Thornton as a superintendent would be interested in the gratuitously offensive comments that it contains. But as I say, I don't see anything in there that is remotely actionable or requiring a decision anywhere near my level in the organisation.
And if we go to the section on the Socialist Workers' Party, the first paragraph about the Socialist Workers' Party deals with their revolutionary aims, but we know, don't we, that by 1998 they're not regarded as a subversive threat.
Correct.
And the second paragraph essentially communicates that the SWP is not at that time a public order threat.
Correct.
The third paragraph then goes on to deal with the SWP's campaigning on racial justice issues, and you'll see over the page that what is recorded are the members of family justice campaigns, Black and Asian family justice campaigns, who have been invited to speak at their events. Presumably you would not assert any policing purpose to collecting intelligence about which members of Black and Asian family justice campaigns have been speaking at an SWP
I
meeting.
agree entirely with your assessment.
And then it goes on to deal with their plans for a petition to call for your resignation. Uncomfortable perhaps, but entirely lawful.
Yes, I considered many times resigning, actually, during the inquiry. I considered whether I should be a lightning conductor to take the criticism and try and turn it into a cathartic process for the Metropolitan Police. And I decided it was my public duty and a matter of honour to continue and try and lead the Met through this process. And at the meeting I had with Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, which was then a private meeting on the 4th of February 1999, in advance of the inquiries conclusions, I apologised again to them and made it absolutely clear that they were right and I was wrong on many of the omissions from the first report, that I would implement every single recommendation of the inquiry with vigour, regardless of how challenging they might be. And even though I was approaching retirement, I would put in place steps that the Met would never stop seeking to bring to justice Stephen's killers. So it pains me to read this, gratuitous comments about people who have suffered the most appalling grief that any individual can suffer.
Can we go to page 6, please? I'm skipping the Nation of Islam. Trade unions and media interest in sections 5 and 6. The section on trade unions. I'll give you, I think you probably should look at this. You let me know when you've read it.
It just reinforces the junior and unsophisticated nature of the authorship of the report.
This is entirely lawful trade union activity, isn't it?
Correct.
There is not a whiff of public disorder here, is there?
Absolutely correct.
And you would expect any demonstration at which reputable trade unions were involved to be well stewarded and to cooperate with the police?
Absolutely, and that was my experience. I was the designated senior officer at Deputy Assistant Commissioner level to be Gold Commander in any and all of the contentious public order events which might lead to serious disorder. And I have never once in that role ever had to show any concern for any trade union demonstration or march.
If we go now to section 6 on the interested media, admittedly not the mainstream media, but what you will see there is reporting on the views of fringe elements of a free press.
Again, we are, and you're quite entitled and to repeatedly raise this, but I am repeatedly returning to the authorship of this paper is a constable and a sergeant, who by definition are not going to have the knowledge or the training or the, without appearing, again, elitist, the sophistication to make the nuanced and appropriate judgments and wording in relation to all and everything in this report.
I can take it from that answer that you are appalled by what you're reading there.
Probably appalled is too strong, but certainly, no, it isn't. I have to be honest. Yes, appalled isn't too strong. It's
a stuff
crass. It's unsophisticated. It is intrusive. It's unnecessary, and I don't seek to justify the comments in this report.
It's the stuff of a police state, isn't it?
And no, it's the stuff of the fevered imagination of the most junior ranks in a special branch whose raison d'etre is the more challenging and genuine concerns that serious public disorder or subversion or other issues can lead to. And it's not a police state that has a special branch when you have the head of the military now saying that within 2 years this country could be at war with Russia. That's a public statement by the current head at a very senior level in the British military at the moment. So a country, any democracy, the first requirement of any government in any democracy is to protect its citizens from attack from without and from within. And so historically that's what special branch has been about. But that role, that cloak of secrecy, also masks and has led to gratuitous reports like this, which I would not seek to justify in any way.
Lord Condon, our understanding is that this report is being compiled using intelligence obtained by Special Branch. It draws upon Special Branch intelligence reports. I have a table which Ms. Morrissey has kindly put together for me, which runs to about 5 pages, of a number of places in which SDS intelligence reports have informed this document. Now, you quite rightly make the point that the authors of this document are very junior.
The most junior.
But they are part of a system which is systematically collecting intelligence of this kind. That should not have been happening on your watch, should it?
I think that is too stark a proposition for me to willingly agree with. Not because I don't want to or I fear criticism. I just think it's factually wrong. As late as 1998, there was still a threat of terrorism, Irish terrorism in particular, in London. The Omagh bomb, which killed 29 people, was in August, I think, from memory, 1998. And I still feared at that point further atrocities in London. So the need for a well-resourced anti-terrorism unit, special branch, linking in with our intelligence services was vital then and is probably even more vital now in the current geopolitical environment. But I don't seek to justify the actions of any within Special Branch which generated this sort of report or this sort of... there may well have been a need to environmentally scan this whole spectrum of activity, but in a lawful and respectful and legitimate way. And I am agreeing totally that this inquiry has been provided with evidence of activity that clearly breaches what I would have expected from Special Branch.
And the difficulty with the proposition that this is all an aberration of the most junior officers...
I'm not saying that.
...is that it's part of a system of intelligence gathering, and taking this report as a specific example, a chief superintendent, Colin Black, as we've seen, was proud enough of it that he's circulating it up to you, DAC Grieve, and Superintendent Thornton. Can you help us with why, on your watch, Special Branch thought this was exactly the kind of thing that you would want to see?
That is for those officers specifically to justify. My fear is, and my analysis over the last couple of days of seeing this for the first time, is, whether that is part of seeking to continue to justify some of the deployments within Special Branch, its resources. I can only speculate. But on my watch, there was the need for Special Branch to monitor in a way that allowed the police to discharge its responsibilities and for the elected government of the day to discharge its responsibilities, the first of which is to protect the public from attack from without and from within. And that monitoring goes on and has gone on since the mid-1870s and has been found necessary in our democratic society. So I don't seek to justify this or anything like it. I do justify totally the need for Special Branch,
Lord Condon,
for the monitoring of organisations, and with the benefit of hindsight and applying cultural mores from now to then, and earlier than then, it is the nature of Special Branch to be suspicious. One of the reasons why I introduced, and sadly it did not survive my commissionership, why I introduced the policy of moving people around against their will within the organisation, and particularly within specialist units, was to mitigate almost separate cultures developing within units or within specialisms, where they became blinded or could become blinded to the overarching needs of policing. I helped draft and promulgate the Statement of Common Purpose for the Metropolitan Police in 1988-9, which set out for every police officer in the organisation from then until now what the Met was about. And the first lines were about upholding the law firmly and fairly. And the final, and it goes on to talk about the values and the integrity required. And the final paragraph says, I may not get the exact words right, we will respond to well-founded criticism with a willingness to change. That was as relevant when it was drafted in my time, and it's as relevant now. So I take pride in the historical record of Special Branch and anti-terrorism.
Lord Condon, I'm going to stop you there because there's no question. Nobody is criticising the use of and existence of Special Branch to deal with the sorts of terrorists who murder people. We're dealing here with reports about completely different things.
And with the benefit of retrospection and hindsight, it's easy to say how vacuous and unnecessary much of this seems. Perhaps, just perhaps, at the time, particularly at a very junior rank, they didn't have the perception or the sophistication to realise how crass their comments were, and perhaps were doing their honest best to do what they thought they were tasked to do.
If we could go back to page 2, please. I just want to focus again on the title of this document. The Stephen Lawrence Campaign, Associated Organisations. Coming back to my question of why is it that a chief superintendent in special branch should be sending this to you? Might part of the explanation be the way in which the Stephen Lawrence inquiry was dominating your agenda and was of enormous importance to you and the MPS?
That may well be the de facto justification of what went through his mind. It certainly was not a justification that was ever generated by me or my actions or the very senior team around me.
And we can see from the correspondence that we touched upon earlier with the Home Office, you appear to have been briefed quite a lot about what was going on in the Stephen Lawrence inquiry and taken it very seriously to the extent of raising it often with the Home Secretary.
Certainly.
May I finish the question?
Certainly.
Is the reality, it was clear that there was an appetite coming from you for information about the Stephen Lawrence campaign?
That is of all the things you have said today and put to me, that is the statement that is the farthest from the truth.
Can you explain why?
Because it's not true.
But we have seen, we're raising issues such as procedural unfairness,
but
media portrayal.
I've tried to explain to you, I believe I would have been negligent in my role as Commissioner from not raising due process issues that were considered so seriously a breach of the Salmon Principles that legal counsel were considering withholding cooperation from the inquiry.
There seems from the documents to be a sense that you felt the Met was going to be or was at risk of being traduced in this inquiry. And is it right that you were interested in groups of people on the left who might have been making mischief for the Met by stoking up the Lawrence issue?
Absolutely not.
Can we take that document down now, please? And can we go to MPS-301370? This is early October 1998, and this is just after you've appeared at the Stephen Lawrence inquiry in Part 2. It's again a report of HN801s, and it records all sorts of information, such as what it is thought that Alex Owolade of MFJ is going to say to the inquiry, and there is a reference to the Lawrences as well. Did you get any briefing before you attended at the Lawrence inquiry?
Certainly I tried to prepare myself as best as I could to provide the inquiry with information I hoped they wanted to hear. If you're suggesting that part of my preparation was to commission intrusive information about Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence or Dwayne Brooks or anyone else.
Lord Condon, you can take
I'm
it.
not.
If you can take it.
And I wouldn't, and I'm absolutely confident I didn't. My preparation was primarily writing information which I believed would help the inquiry to move forward, and in particular, in its second objective of reconciliation and a better way forward.
Were you given any briefing about the position of left-wing parties vis-à-vis the inquiry?
No, not that I can remember at all. The briefing, I can remember a superficial briefing about relating to my personal safety and what was likely to happen on the day, particularly outside the inquiry, and I chose to ignore that advice. It would be a massive lapse of memory, but there is nothing in my mind that remotely takes me anywhere near any of the allegations that you have put to me in terms of commissioning or wanting to be fed disreputable and intrusive information about Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence or anyone else connected.
Were you given any debriefing after your appearance?
No, after my appearance, I did, I think, a huge round of media appearances, television appearances, right through until the late evening. And the following day, again, it was primarily media work, but I do not remember. I went to the hearing with Assistant Commissioner O'Connor, who became Chief Constable of Surrey and Chief Inspector of Constabulary for the whole country, and John Grieve. I arrived with them, left with them, went back to Scotland Yard, and there was no form of debrief.
Now, this report, in the wake of your appearance, as I say, and if you wish to check it, you can, contains lots of intelligence of a similar ilk to what we've seen in the report we've just been looking at. Going back to that report, it appears that nobody in your office, if they saw that report, was alarmed by it.
Yes, that is, and hence why I am challenging who saw it and in what circumstance.
And you have no recollection of anyone raising any concerns with you?
The only recollection I have are relating to my personal safety in appearing at the inquiry.
I want you to assume, for the purposes of my question, that the report that we were looking at a moment ago, the long one, reached your office.
Right.
That was an opportunity to recognise something very wrong and stop it, wasn't it?
Well, that's a hypothetical. You're putting forward the assertion as if it did.
I've asked you to answer the question on the assumption
Yes.
that it did.
It depends who would have received it.
Let me put it another way. Anybody in a position of senior responsibility looking at this report should have realised it was very wrong and done something about
They
it.
should have realised that it was inappropriate and it contained information that was totally inappropriate.
And what in fact happens, as we see from this report, is Special Branch and an undercover officer within Special Branch, in fact, continue to gather information of that ilk.
And my belief is that this was primarily self-deployment within Special Branch, and a self-deployment that was not, to my knowledge, endorsed by anyone at a sufficiently senior level that it would be brought to my knowledge. I fear this is evidence of a cultural paranoia that had developed within Special Branch, not inevitably, but can be explained, but certainly it doesn't suggest to me, either in my knowledge then or now, that anyone in a really senior level in the Met who was making policy, who was responding to the inquiry, would have commissioned or would have wanted. The disappointment and horror that I feel about the gratuitous comments about Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence and others, my feelings, I'm confident, would be echoed by people like John Grieve and others in my senior team. And I would hope there is not a single person at any level in the organisation who has come before this organisation or will come before this inquiry to suggest that I personally ever used language or commissioned action or did anything other than show respect for Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence and others who were victims of this appalling murder.
I want you to put yourself now into the shoes of the Lawrences. Their actions, their views, aspects of their private life are reported upon in some detail by Special Branch. Their intelligence reports are drawn upon to brief others, including you, as we have seen. I'm putting aside whether you actually saw it or not.
Yes.
It was produced for you.
Yes.
The reason for that seems to be the particular concern that the Metropolitan Police Service had about the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. We're all agreed that was a matter of profound importance for the Met. Was that in part because allegations of racism are particularly emotive?
No, it wasn't. I realised at an early stage that this was going to be very important for not just the Metropolitan Police, but the police service and the wider police service, the wider public service. The chronology is slightly blurred for me at the moment, but I went to see the overall head of the civil service, Lord Richard Wilson, who had been a head of the Home Office before he became Cabinet Secretary and head of the civil service, and had a very good and productive meeting with Richard Wilson, where I pointed out that the Met and no one should defend or seek to defend the indefensible. But we were the huge policy issues would arise out of an issue such as institutional racism, and that although it would be hopefully an enormously beneficial catalyst for change,
It
would bring with it potential paralysing and chilling effects on the public sector, which might resonate for many, many years. And my advice was that policymakers should be aware of both the strengths and the downside of such a label, and should make policy to minimise the downside and to maximise the catalytic changing effect of describing an organisation as institutionally racist. Because for the average member of the public, the average cop, the average social worker, the average teacher, the nuance of what institutional racism means quickly gets converted into you are a racist. And that's not what Sir William was saying. Institutional racism is about the collective failure of an organisation to provide a professional service based on race, etc. That nuance can be lost. And so throughout this, my challenge was never in relation to Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, who had the worst thing that can happen to you in your life happen to them, or organisations supporting them. My concerns as Commissioner, which I conveyed to my senior team and everyone I dealt with, were about us supporting the inquiry 100%, and a willingness to change, the implementation of many policies to bring about that change. But it doesn't make me a bad person or a bad commissioner simply because I had the temerity to challenge the vehicle for change in the public sector. In fact, successive commissioners, including the current one, have raised the spectre of the challenges of using these terms, as have former Home Secretaries, as have former Prime Ministers.
So would you...
I'm not a lone voice.
No, I'm not suggesting you are. Can I take it from that answer that you would prefer to say the profound importance of allegations of institutional racism?
I realised very early on that this was a hugely important inquiry which had massive potential for good and for change and for taking the police service and the public sector and hopefully the public on a more enlightened journey about racism, overt and institutionalised. And I was seeking to do my best in my role to ensure the inquiry had the best information possible from the police service and hopefully would react in a way that was in the public good going forward.
Lord Condon, do you see that the very intrusive reporting on the Lawrences is connected to the profound significance of the allegations of institutional racism that they were making?
No. The allegations were not of institutional racism. The allegations were of racism. And the inquiry found a fact that is rarely reported or acknowledged even, that the inquiry, the very damning and very accurate inquiry by an outside police force, my old force, Kent Police. It was one of my former junior officers who led the independent police inquiry into the original investigation and had the courage to reveal the incompetence which hadn't been revealed to me up to that point. It was the police service that did that. And on and on and on, there was a willingness at a very senior level to respond to well-founded criticism and change. And I think it is both factually wrong and unfair to conflate a cultural paranoia within all special branches, that somehow that was unique to the Lawrence inquiry, which it was not. And I am appalled now, and would have been appalled then, by the nature of much of the documentation which has been revealed to the inquiry.
I'll revise the question. Do you see then that the intrusive reporting into the Lawrences is connected to their allegations of racism against the Met?
No, I suspect it was more a byproduct of self-deployment around what they assumed within Special Branch were associated movements that might generate public disorder.
They're reporting...
And their monitoring of the Lawrences was a byproduct of their crass self-deployments.
They're reporting on the Lawrences because it's the biggest issue the police is facing at the time, aren't they?
They're not reporting on the Lawrences as the biggest issue of the time. They are reporting on a murder which quite properly
because the Lawrence case is the biggest issue.
Became a catalyst for enormous societal change, almost all of which has been hugely beneficial to society. It has brought with it downsides, and I suspect, as I say, the review of how grooming gangs were allowed to flourish and so on will show that social services, health, police, the fear of the toxicity of the label of institutional racism may lead to inactivity and negligence as being seen as the lesser criticism that organisations can live with.
Lord Condon, we have seen a lot of intrusive reporting produced by Special Branch, including a lot on white people. But we've not seen anything like the level of interest that there was in the Lawrence case, the inquiry, and reporting on the Lawrences as a result.
I would say then that is a false analysis which has not allowed you to monitor the history of Special Branch over time. I don't see it as such a stark contrast as you do.
What I want to give you the opportunity to deal with after those preparatory questions is this. Isn't the reporting by the SDS on the Lawrences itself an expression of the kind of institutional racism found by Sir William Macpherson and his panel?
I think it reflects, I think throughout the police service there was, and I had to constantly fight against it, a siege mentality, that somehow there was a feeding frenzy focus on policing, which at a junior, unsophisticated level was felt as unfair. And I believe that contributed to the self-deployment and the gratuitous reporting that we have seen. I do not accept that it is illustrative as starkly as you put it.
Well, I'm asking you whether you would accept it was an expression of the kind of institutional racism that you referred to
Yes.
a short while ago.
Yes, in the narrowness of Special Branch and many of the issues we've discussed today, I think that it meets very well the parameters of institutional racism as set out by the inquiry.
And if that report did end up in your office and was seen and not acted upon, then it would extend to that level as well.
I would be incredibly disappointed if that had been commissioned in some way or found its way to my office as some product that would please me or would be something that I would be anxious to see.
Can I take that as a yes?
I'd have to remember what your original question was.
The question was, if the report did come into your office and was read, then whoever read it and did not take any action in response to it would also have been part of that expression of institutional racism.
That would only be a fair analysis if we knew the circumstances of who read it, when they read it, what else they were doing, how much time they were able to devote to it, whether it fleetingly passed across their desk or whether they took time to deeply analyse what it was and what it was saying. It may, if it did, and I have no reason to think that it did reach my office, if and again, had you asked this question several years ago, the person who could have answered that for you would have been able to answer it. But Phil Hagan, my staff officer, sadly died during the currency of the inquiry, I believe. But I cannot know. If it arrived in the office, I know, having been staff officer to the Commissioner, that's an impossible job with not enough moments or minutes in any hour, and that you are constantly processing huge volumes of information and files and reports on behalf of the Commissioner. I'm honestly not in a position to say whether, if it did reach the office and get to the staff officer, whether he attributed 30 seconds or an hour to the document.
Standing back from that, and standing back from the Lawrences personally, I've showed you some reporting which, and the briefing note, which also referred to people such as Mrs. Reel, Mr. Silcott, the Douglas family, other black and Asian justice campaigners.
Yeah.
Can I take it that you would also agree that insofar as they were monitored as part of their campaigning activity, that too was an expression of institutional racism?
Yeah. Providing there is no other contextual setting or information to mitigate that. I think I'm acknowledging the almost cultural paranoia that goes with the overall tasking of a special branch in any force. And that must be understood, and it must be mitigated against. And that's one of the very reasons that I've told you that I introduced very unpopular policies to move people in and out of units like that, to ensure that they didn't become culturally insular or paranoid. But again, I think it's too stark, the contrast. I say there is a spectrum of activity from lawful innocence right up to subversion, and along the way very serious disorder. And it is only with the benefit of hindsight and scrupulous forensic investigation of documents that may have been created in a few minutes by very junior staff giving them, very understandably from the inquiry's point of view, a prominence and a significance that wouldn't have seemed such at the time to some of the officers preparing them. But I am not challenging that you can create a model, a theoretical model, with the wonderful benefit of hindsight, that gathering together selected documents from tens of thousands of files and so on, you can create quite properly a case that, without other explanation or mitigation, that this would be a form of institutional racism as envisaged by the Sir William.
I'm going to move on very quickly to some very discrete short topics before we break. First of all, did you ever ask to be briefed about Mr. Dwayne Brooks?
No.
Did you play any part in the settlement of his civil claim against the MPS?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Were you kept abreast of it?
I certainly don't have any memories of it.
Can I take it from that your evidence is that the settlement must have been authorised below your level?
You'll have to remind me of the chronology. When was the settlement made?
Well, the litigation was ongoing in the autumn of 1999 and in 2000. So it was in the.
I retired in the first week of 2000.
The actual settlement will have been after your retirement.
Yes.
So were you being kept involved in?
No way at all.
Before your retirement, were you being kept abreast of developments and settlement negotiations?
Not that I can remember. No.
And can you help us with at what level would a case like that be authorised for settlement?
It would be primarily through the legal route. So the in-house force solicitor, in consultation with Home Office solicitors, who were the accountable. The Home Office, get the timing right, the Mayor and the Police Authority didn't come into being until 2000. So any preliminary negotiations would have been primarily a legal process involving the Met's in-house legal team and the Home Office.
And at what level, presumably, if
Head
an
of Legal Services.
if an offer is made, a senior officer will have to authorise that. Is that right?
It's a very good point, and I'm not sure they do. Right. I mean, it may have had an independent legal life of its own within the accountability structure, where it was lawyers to lawyers within the Met and the Home Office.
The Lawyers Act on instruction, so somebody has to...
Well, they act in the name of, but no, I certainly don't remember, certainly in my time, up to and including the first week or so of 2000. My final deployment was Millennium Eve.
Well, I won't...
So I was not operational.
Since
then.
it didn't...
I don't remember any discussion or any paperwork around the settlement of Mr. Brooks.
Since it didn't finally settle until after your time, I won't pursue that any further. Can you help us with whether at any stage Assistant Commissioner Special Operations Sir David Vanness raised with you in any way whatsoever anything to the effect that the partner of an SDS undercover police officer had sent a letter into his office asserting, amongst other things, that SDS officers had been having sexual relationships whilst undercover?
No, I can say categorically David Vanness did not, because that would have sounded immediate alarm bells. So that of all the things you've put to me today, that gives me the most confidence I can say categorically, even nearly 30 years on, that that no such conversation took place.
Were you ever aware of any special branch contact with either the Economic League, the Consulting Association, or any other commercial organisation which collated information about workers?
No,
Either authorised or unauthorised?
neither. Yes, no.
What controls were there to prevent information from special branch being misused
Yes.
by being leaked to or sold to blacklisting organisations? What controls were in place?
The controls that are in place for all police officers around legal action, discreditable conduct and the disciplinary codes, best practice guidance, the chain of supervision, what should have been the quality of supervising officers, and the hierarchical chain of command. So the very way that the police service was organised and operated within a legal framework should have prevented that from happening. You shouldn't be, as Commissioner, having to say, and abide by the law, and you lot even abide by even more. It should be a given that the law and discipline codes and best practice are ingrained up and down the chain of command, and the tasking and the supervision and the inspection and the review of units employed in that work.
Final question before we break. Your witness statement includes the assertion that there should have been better, but not necessarily greater, supervision of undercover officers by junior and senior managers. Can you explain to us the difference that you were seeking to make between better and greater?
More doesn't necessarily mean better. I have encountered very, very good supervising officers who their every fibre was about public service and doing things right. And they might have been overstretched in their supervision, in their span of command, but they did a remarkable job. Coming in as Commissioner, I reformed the whole structure of the Metropolitan Police from police station level. I brought in chief officers from, chief constables from Hertfordshire, Surrey, other forces, to mix up all of the established culture in the Met. The one branch that I did not seek to do root and branch reform of when I came in was special branch and the specialist operations, for a number of reasons. As I say, primarily because we were on a war footing combating terrorism, and the heads of special branch, the assistant commissioner, all had the delegated responsibility and the devolved responsibility to be working with security services, military intelligence, foreign intelligence, and I didn't want to disrupt all those relationships at that critical time when massive bombs were being detonated in our major cities, and particularly London. And secondly, because I knew that special branch and specialist operations were massively overranked with senior officers compared to any other part of the force. And therefore I was entitled to believe that branches, a small, relatively small branch that had its own deputy chief constable a number of assistant chief constables in the Met terms, and was commanded by a chief constable, and had been commanded by chief constables who were significant figures within policing and went on to incredibly senior roles, would be doing their job. And I also took reassurance that external inspectors from Her Majesty's Inspector of Constabulary had given Special Branch a clean bill of health, and that my predecessor, who I have enormous respect for, the late Peter Imbert, had been a career Special Branch officer up to and including Chief Superintendent. And if he had had residual concerns about Special Branch, would have briefed me accordingly. So I was lulled, rightly or wrongly, that Special Branch and Specialist Operations was the one area of the whole of my command that I did not apply a root and branch reform to over my first few years as Commissioner, for reasons that are, I think, both explicable and justified.
So might I invite you to rise while I deal with the Rule 10 question process?
So, will you bear with us for
Of course, sir.
Another period, and with good luck, I think it may require that, we will finish before 6.
I'm at your disposal, sir.
Thank you, sir. Lord Condon, first of all, you gave some evidence about contemplating whether or not to resign.
Yes.
I want to ask you specifically in that context. There was speculation, I understand, at the time that Baroness Lawrence would be calling for your resignation. Were you aware of that?
I probably was at the time, and I say, I have always had nothing but respect for Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, and they were fully entitled to make any demand they wished to articulate.
Did it concern you that she was that she may be calling for your resignation?
Not in the slightest.
What did you do about that?
I thought long and hard of where my duty lay to the police service, to the public, to the role I occupied. And I believe that there was a part of me that wanted to be the lightning conductor, as I say, to take the criticism, and had I believed it would have been a cathartic process for them and for the service, I think I probably would have resigned. But I felt that on balance it was my public duty to seek to make sure the reforms I'd put in place for dealing with corruption and bad behaviour were well and truly embedded for succeeding commissioners. And that also I believed I was the right person to respond, as I say, willingly, once the report was made. I said in advance, and I didn't know what was going to be in the report, that when I had my private meeting with Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, that I would implement every single one of the Macpherson inquiries without hesitation, and I delivered that. And so by the time I left, every single recommendation was either being actioned or there were plans for them to be actioned. And so, yes, no, if I believed it would have done more good than harm, I would have resigned. But my personal assessment was it was my duty to stay in post and do what I did.
You gave some evidence about speaking on the same platform as Mr. Mansfield.
Yes, I did.
When you did that, were you aware that he had a special branch registry file?
No.
Can I ask, we go to 749920. Taking you back now to August of 1998. If we could go to page 5, please. This is a series of minute sheets, and what is being discussed is the application of national standards to special branch, including the SDS, in relation to the use of covert sources. Could we have expanded, please, minute 12? I'll give you a moment to read that, but can you pay particular attention to what Detective Superintendent Black is asserting about you at the end?
That is, it was for him to justify what he said, but it's factually inaccurate.
I beg your pardon,
whether he's using...
Did you say factually accurate or inaccurate? Inaccurate, thank you.
Whether he's using the sort of royal we that the Commissioner is a shorthand for the senior management of the Met. that was certainly not something that was brought to my attention or that I had decided upon or have even been involved in a discussion about. Any understanding that Black had is for him to explain whether he'd had discussions with more senior colleagues in special operations up to and including David Vaness, but David will know if he gives evidence what he had said or what he knew about that. But that issue was never brought to my attention or discussed with me, or was I asked to arbitrate on that issue at any stage.
Could we take that down now, please? Finally, you gave some evidence to the effect that things were going very badly wrong in Special Branch, and that did not reach you. In a unit which is dealing with secret matters and has a culture of secrecy, would you agree that it's particularly important to have a mechanism for whistleblowing?
Yes.
Can you help us with what the mechanisms for whistleblowing were whilst you were Commissioner?
I introduced in 1998 the most comprehensive anti-corruption and anti-inappropriate behaviour that the Met had had in decades. And part of that was whistleblowing hotlines, and they were disseminated throughout the Met. They were part of senior officer briefings. My successor, John Stevens, now Lord Stevens, was the lead senior officer on that, leading and implementing that process. And well-recognised and advertised hotlines were part of that process. And it related to bad behaviour right across the spectrum.
The impression I'm getting from that, a proper procedure in place after 98.
No, other procedures in place prior to that. Whistleblowing encouraged, whistleblowing taking place and leading to arrest, prosecution and conviction of police officers, leading to disciplinary processes, leading to dismissal via those disciplinary processes. So whistleblowing was not absent. It was reinforced with vigour once we had in place the pieces of the jigsaw. So I had got in place no more double jeopardy rule, the ability to comment on right of silence. The burden of proof was much more relaxed, relating to the gravity of the allegation, but could be as low as the civil burden, and a fast-track gross misconduct procedure, and whistleblowing was encouraged and demanded formally once we had all those processes in place. And it took until mid to late 1998 to get all of those formalised new pieces of the jigsaw in place, but whistleblowing was in place before that.
Can you recall whether any of the cases you've adverted to came from Special Branch?
I don't believe they did, but I wouldn't, again, because of my appellate role, I was sanitised away from disciplinary processes up to and including an appellate process. But I would have confidently said that had there been a whistleblowing within Special Branch of a serious nature that led to discipline or other action, I would have hoped I would have been informed about it in some way or another.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, sir.
Do you have any re-examination?
No, thank you, sir.
There is one topic upon which I would like your assistance,
sir.
please. You were asked extensively this afternoon about the Stephen Lawrence Campaign Associated Organisations document. I can
Right.
put it back up on the screen if you need
Yes,
to be
of
reminded
course.
of it. But then can we have MPS 0748392, please? And over the page to page 2, this document.
Yes, of course, sir.
I'm not going to ask you about its detail at all.
No.
There appear to be two possibilities about how it came into being. One was that the operations commander, or commander operations, Colin Black, was asked by somebody
Yes.
to produce it, and the other is that he decided to produce it to send upwards.
Yes. I think the former is more likely than the latter, sir.
Right. Who would have requested it of him?
If it was anyone linked closely to me, it would have been my staff officer. That was the superintendent, chief superintendent rank. And I say, but his only reason for doing so would be in connection with me appearing at the hearing. And there is so much other detail, as Mr. Barr has quite rightly pointed out. That doesn't look like a document in response to a commission question of what's going to happen when the commissioner appears at the hearing and so on. So if it was commissioned from elsewhere, I find it hard to explain. John Grieve, who was my very trusted aide and a very senior colleague at Deputy Chief Constable rank, I can't see John commissioning that sort of document, and knowing of his integrity, he would have raised it with me, I'm sure. So I'm struggling, sir, to think of why. I say, for me, the most telling thing is it's been written by a PC and a sergeant, which say that I'm not being sort of elitist, but that's such a they are such junior ranks that for them to be authoring a document, if it had been commissioned by anyone at a senior level at or near me, then it wouldn't have been prepared by a constable or a sergeant. It would have been prepared by a much more senior officer within Special Branch. So that I'm genuinely struggling to help the inquiry with the origins of that document.
Well, John Grieve is a possibility, you
Yes.
say.
Although I doubt it.
Although
sir.
you doubt it.
I doubt it.
If not him, then who?
I'm struggling to find someone who the head of Special Branch at the time would have been Commander Moss, who either has or will be giving evidence, I presume. Whether in his dealings with David Vaness there had been some verbal comment of, it'd be nice to know, do an environmental scan of how is protest looking. Now we've got through part one. It may have been a very generic request from someone like David Vaness or one of his senior team with Commander Moss. So a sort of give us an environmental scan of the protest environment linked to the inquiry so we can get that up to date. But it's so that there is nothing in there that is anything other than gossip and anodyne and disrespectful and unnecessary. There are no operational nuggets in there at all.
I'm not asking about the content,
Yeah.
but about
But the content,
who
if
it
you're
was.
like wearing my detective hat, so the content gives me clues to its genesis, and it just doesn't look or feel or read like a document that's been commissioned or by a very senior officer and then has then been produced by it. So my speculation is perhaps it arose out of a conversation between senior officers, something around, give us a scan of the protest scene linked to Lawrence inquiry now that part one is over. It may have been as generic as that. And that's why, and the initial go at it was the most junior rank in the whole of Special Branch.
Thank you. Just before 6, your evidence is concluded. I'm grateful to you for lasting as long as
Grateful
I
for having the opportunity to appear, sir.
We will resume tomorrow at 10, I think, will we not? 9:30, is it?
I'll just check.
9:30 tomorrow, is it?
9:30.
9:30. I may get the time right sometime.